Hello everybody, how are we all doing? It's going to be probably an interesting NFP. NFP nowadays is no longer as volatile as it used to be from my experiences, but we can still hopefully have some fun. I know everybody likes watching NFP. Good morning everyone. How has everybody's week been in the markets? Usually coming up to NFP, the markets are a bit terrible. Could be the whole week of NFP, it could be the last few days. We've obviously seen some pretty dreadful consolidation. Even today it's just consolidating. We have a lot of consolidation this week. This whole London session, consolidation. And even when we move between the consolidation, it's like a 13 pip move. Not really tradable, in my opinion. EU is looking even worse for the consolidation. I would not want to be trading EU, that's for sure. But I guess that's what we have to expect it. We can't always have perfect price action like we had in May. I think it was May that was the perfect price action, if I'm not mistaken, which made it quite fun. I wish I could add a countdown to NFP. Plus we're in the middle of the holiday season. That is true. A lot of people take August off. A lot of people take December off as well. But I feel like if you haven't done that in your testing, you can't really do it in the live markets. The new trading rule for gold is trash. What is the new trading rule for gold? I thought it'd just be like every other firm that has the 2 minutes buffer either side that you can't trade, which makes sense. Because if I was a prop firm owner, I wouldn't want people passing or getting big payouts on a news gamble, because it's not real trading. Can't trade for 5 minutes. So you're saying when there is other currency paired news, you can't trade gold? I didn't know that was a rule. Yeah, that's a bit dodgy. But I guess, I don't know if that's for all of their accounts. I'm guessing it is, but this is the issue with prop firms. They have their pros, but they also have their cons. If it was everything perfect, then the firm would no longer exist. Like we've seen in the past, the firms that seem too good to be true are usually the ones that end up running out of money because it's too easy to get a payout. It's too easy with the market conditions. If it's too good to be true, that firm will probably be shutting down. That's why all of the firms that you'll see, the big firms, have a situation where they are they kind of have one or two rules that make it slightly harder or make it so that you can't just breeze through. FTMO notoriously had minimum trading days. It was 10 minimum trading days on phase 1, 10 minimum trading days on phase 2. That obviously was quite annoying. I think they've reduced that now to 4 or 5. Some firms have consistency rules, some have trading drawdowns, some have max risk per trade. Every firm has its individual annoying rule, and you kind of just have to deal with that and pick the one that doesn't really annoy you as much. So if you know that you're not using high risk, then you could go with the firm that the only downside is max risk per trade, for example, if everything else is perfect. Can check. I actually traded gold yesterday and I took profit here. There. Because it was no longer valid. And now it's spiking. Let's see how big this spike was. It's crazy. 200 pip spike. Imagine a 200 pip spike on GU. Let's see how far that would go. All of that is only 30 pips, which just shows how low the volume is currently on GU. Are you taking any trades this week? You will have to wait until Sunday and you will be able to see my breakdown video where I go through the trades I've actually taken for the week. But here is, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, the gold trade yesterday. Closed out. I was up $3,000, but you know, it was valid the whole way. And then it wasn't valid, so I closed out. You know, I'm not the type of trader who holds until death. A lot of people are like, oh, I have to hold the trade if it's gonna hit my take profit or my stop loss. No. If it's no longer valid, close it. Very, very simple. What's my long-term goal? The long-term goal is to make enough from trading so that I can have enough from investments, have enough from other businesses outside of trading, so that I don't have to trade any longer. I feel like trading is good to make money, but it's not something that I would want to do personally forever, for the next 30, 40 years. It's not really my goal. I feel like it's better to actually build something. And the issue with trading is that, let's say I wanted to take a month off. If I had a business and you had employees, you had people to run things, you can still run that business. Whereas with trading, you have to be trading yourself. I always have to be on the charts to make money. And if I'm not on the charts, I can't possibly make money. And people will then always suggest an algorithm, but then I'd always have to have things open and it would have to be running, and it's still quite complicated. And it's quite hard to actually get to the stage where an algo is actually profitable. A lot of people's algorithms, they work for a year and then they will blow up, which seems to happen quite a lot. Would love to see more XOU trading. Yeah, potentially. The issue with gold, I would say, is you have to learn gold, if that makes sense. So when I was trading it before, I was trading it as the only pair I was trading, essentially. A bit of US 30, I think, as well at the time. But let me see. Some of my favorite videos of my channel,
profits out
when I was trading gold, like this one here. It was a gold trade. You see, back then it was 1700, and seeing it now at 4300 is so crazy. Like this here was a decent move, obviously, on the 5-minute time frame, and that's around 30 pips or so. That's how I used to trade gold with a 20 pip stop loss. A 20 pip stop loss, which is crazy now, looking back. Because 20 pips now is like this tiny move. And you look how much 30 pips is on gold, and it's like that. That little blue line is 30 pips. So gold used to be quite fun to trade. How much was I up here? Around 2.6k. Going to the upside. Good. You see, that's 30-minute, and we've only moved, I don't know how many pips that is, like 60 pips, something like that. And now it's like 60 pips is nothing. So you have to change your approach a lot because of the difference. And if you obviously haven't been adapting as it's been going on,
end up with 1900.
And I come in years later and say, oh, I'm going to trade gold now, when this was posted February 2022, it's a bit different, in my opinion.
Withdrawal of that 30. But we're done. We're out of the.
So I think I actually showed the withdrawal as well.
£170 and 88 pence. There we go.
To just show the
reason
real profits.
Taking profits.
Also, I find it weird how not prop firms, brokers, they make you say the reason for withdrawal.
Taking
Some
profits out.
do it too. But back then my approach was quite different. I put in £5,000 to £10,000 into an account, or 5 to like 15,000 or something like that. And this time, obviously, I made profit, and I wanted to just go back to 15,000. So I made profit on the trade, and then I went took out the profit, so my account balance was now at 15,000 again.
And here we go. As you can see, request amount, pay in total, balance afterwards, submit request. And obviously you can't withdraw from a demo, so you'll see this go through. I'll keep recording. There we go. And as you see, you've got the phone notification, your withdrawal request notification, then the account's back at 15k now.
See, that's what I would always do. The reason I would do that is simple. I didn't want to have 50,000, 100,000 pounds sitting in a broker. So I'd invest that money, the majority of the money, and I would put a certain amount into a trading account, and I would trade that as if the account was larger, if that makes sense. Instead of 1% risk, it might be 3% risk or 5% risk. But overall, you have the money, so it's not over leveraging. You just don't have it all in one account.
There's the proof of the live account, and if the withdrawal comes in,
there's no need to have it in one account, in my opinion. And let's see this trade. Yeah, gold is quite a nice pair to trade, and the risk reward was crazy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. GU a lot of wicks today as expected. Is Axie good? Axie's pretty good, yeah. I've never had any issues. If you're trading the regulated, FCA regulated side of the broker, it's pretty good. Because obviously a lot of the brokers, they have the option. You can go the FCA side, you can go the SVG side. I would always say the FCA side is the best. People don't like it because you have lower leverage. I've never had an issue with that. If I wanted to trade higher leverage, I just use IC markets because I have an account where I think 1 to 100 or 1 to 500 leverage, which I'll probably be using in for NFP. Let me see if I can just log in and see if I even have an account. I have no clue what my password would be. Let me see if I can get in. What's my bias for today? Well, we have NFP. So I'm not expecting much to happen until NFP. But I'm going to trade NFP with a small account for fun. I usually do it, but I usually do it on a video. But last time I did it on a stream, people enjoyed it, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. How many trades do you get in London session? I usually have 2 or 3 trades per week. NFP. Non-farm payroll. Do you track the data between your win-loss rate and how long the trade took? If you're using a journal, like a journaling software, it will usually calculate all of that stuff for you, so you don't have to calculate it. I use Edgewonk, and it basically shows you all the stats you need to know. When I take a trade before NFP, if there's a valid trade, then I'm happy to take it. But you have to think about as the session goes on. Obviously, we're already 2 hours in, so as we get closer to NFP, there's going to be a lot more, volatility. And if you're entering at, let's say, 10, 11, 12, then you'd only have an hour, 2 hours in the trade. And if a trade averages, the duration longer than that, then you probably won't be able to actually have a good trade. But when I'm looking at NFP, I have a lot of data for NFP. So I can see from the data I have here, which is like 2 years or something, 2 or 3 years, you can see that Friday, so let's say today, I'll give you an example of this. Actually, let's just go on this. So this here, this candle, the point where my mouse is the 130 candle, so the open of NFP. When it pushes up, that is the initial move. So we can see the, if we go first direction, so that's 89 pips. And then when it retests, it's a retest on Monday. So that would count for a Monday retest. That's one of the 5 Monday retests. If this came back and retested the open of the candle on Friday, that would be a Friday retest. So you can see that 61% of the time it's going to retest on the Friday. So that means that we know that if we're entering a trade and we're going away from the open price, let's say, so if we're buying, let's say here, or we're buying on a retest down here, then there's a 61% chance that it will drop to this level. So it's like, is that a good idea to trade when there is a high chance that it's going to come down lower? There's more than 50% chance that it's going to drop to this level. Would you want to be buying? You probably wouldn't want to be buying. And then you also have to think about the fact that there's a fake out 75% of the time. A fake out is basically trades in one direction. The first move is a fake, and then the second move is the actual direction. So let me find a fake out example for you. So this is a great example of a fake out. So you can see this was the first move, the wick down, and then the second move, and we actually closed this 15-minute candle bullish. So this was a fake out. This fake out in this example was a fake out of 31 pips, and then we moved 22 pips in the other direction. As you see, this one just went 89 pips, I think it was, in one direction. So there's a 75% chance of a fake out. And this one retested on the Friday, obviously, because it did the fake out. So if there's a fake out, it's likely to obviously retest on the Friday. But it's hard to trade from things like this because obviously a lot of it is just averages. So you have to work out a way to trade it, which is what I did. And I did a short back test of the way that I found to trade it. And you see it entered there, went up, hit TP. See the one before that, entered, hit TP, but this one actually hit on the Monday. So this was one of the ones that didn't end up going retesting on the Friday. And obviously we have a lot of missed trades. So this one here, there was no entry. Same here, with no entry, no retest down, far enough to get into the trade. And this was a loss. Obviously we go into profit, but we don't retest. My entry was looking for the retest. So we'd be buying when it came down to this level and hoping it went up to the upside. So after this was a year of testing, it ended up around $6,000 in profit, or 6% profit. You can see each NFP we have a 57% win rate with a 1 to 2 risk to reward. As you see, like it's like 2.24 or 2.25 risk to reward, and that worked in backtesting. So then I tested it live, and these dates might have been when I think one of them was, I don't know why I haven't filled these ones in yet, but you can see there's a lot of missed setups. So these went, I think this is why I add the notes to it. This is why a lot of people make the mistake of when they're testing, they don't add notes. So I can see exactly what happened on each of these setups. And the live testing ended up around 3.6% in profit with a 60% win rate. Actually, no, that's not accounting all of the future ones. So what I'm actually going to do is obviously finish the rest of it. Perhaps I could do that shortly. If we do it on FX replay, perhaps. But the reason I feel like this is a good way to trade is because the stop loss is big enough to not tag you out because of the volatility. Lots of people try and trade it and they use tiny stop losses. So like this one here, when you come down, you know you're going to have a slightly bigger spread, but that's why I kind of left a bit of breathing room, so that when it came down, it would tag in, and then when it retests, obviously that 61% chance of a retest, then it's going to, well, it actually lines up perfectly. 60% win rate from the current tested data, and there's a 60% chance of it retesting. So it kind of works out perfectly. Obviously this is tiny sample size because there's so many trades that don't get tagged in. You know, you have to go back so far if you're looking to build up a large sample size, when out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, out of 12 trades, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, only 50% of those get tagged in. So it means out of a year, you're only getting 6 trades of sample size, which is not great if you're looking to collect data on a strategy for obvious reasons. But it does mean that, let me just put this in here. There we go. It does give us a good idea of what's going to happen. I did trade gold, yes. I'm surprised we didn't get a deeper retest today on gold, as that would have been a nice long position. EU still in the range, GU as well. Your charts are hectic. Yeah, a lot of people like to have a lot going on their charts, like indicators and lines, everything. Is your 50-minute strategy work on gold too? I was actually just about to show you. I've only tested 2 months, but let me just see. Obviously you can't tell a lot from 2 months, and it's not the best. Obviously this is the first time back testing gold for ages, but you know, we're 2 months in and each month is 2%. When I used to trade gold, I used to trade quite high risk reward, but this time I've been testing a lower risk reward. But I should be able to see, I'm pretty sure they have it on here somewhere where you can see. Where is it? Here we go. So you can see that, okay, it's actually saying that the slightly lower risk reward is better. That's interesting. You can see that overall, the one that I was using, obviously a 1 to 2 risk reward, is actually making me the most profit. And the drawdown is, yeah, it's not too bad. You know, I was thinking that when there's a lot more volume, risk reward, you kind of have to adapt. So using really low risk reward might not be good because you might get tagged out on a lot of trades if there's a lot of wicks around. So I wanted like a middle ground, and 1 to 2 seem like the perfect point. This is why a lot of people get stuck though. They think, oh, if I just get this win rate, then I'll be profitable, or if I get this win rate, I'll make this much money. But you can see that you can have a higher win rate but less profit. It is quite interesting to see though the difference. Stop loss simulator, okay. SL reduction. I feel like this one is very tricky to actually implement though, because if you're looking at, okay, if I reduce the stop loss by 60%, then I would have made 19% instead. That works for 2 months, but it might not work for the other 10 months of the year. That's the issue that you'll have. So that's obviously something that you can keep an eye on. And I don't know what my average stop loss was, but this obviously just massively increases your risk to reward. But this is where people can get into the, I guess, the issue with curve fitting. If you have a small sample size, if you're only tailoring it to one small set of data, then you can easily make mistakes. I could do another month and it's completely flip around, and the current one could be the best. But it is quite interesting because some people might be giving their trades too much breathing room or too much space when they don't actually need it, because their entries are probably quite good. I think that this shows that the entries are quite good, because if reducing my stop loss size by 60% is actually, you know, making the profits over quadruple, then the stop loss might be too big. And perhaps if you do that, that will, as a result, just increase your risk to reward. And this is obviously, you can't really use these two in combination with each other. You can't look at this and say, oh well, reducing by 60% means I'll have a 1 to 5 risk to reward, but a 1 to 5 would mean that I'm actually losing money. That doesn't work like that before you try it. Max drawdown 2.8%, it's not bad as long as it stays like that. You know, people will say, oh, 4% in 2 months isn't good, but it's all relative. If I had a 10% drawdown and I had a 4% return, then that's terrible. But if you have a 40% return in 2 months, but you have a 40% drawdown as well, then I'd rather have 4%, because the swing on your account will be crazy. It'll be so crazy, which you don't really want, to be honest. GU is now breaking this low back here. See if it actually closes below though. Do you include spread and commissions when backtesting? I don't actually use it built in, because I think what you can do on FX Replay is you can actually add it onto your testing, but I just calculate it after, because I want to calculate it based on the broker or prop firm I'm trading. If I'm trading my personal account, I know I'm going to have less slippage, tighter spread, and better conditions than I would be on a prop firm. So I don't want my data to say one thing. If I'm tailoring it to personal accounts, then it's different for when I trade a prop firm. You can just go on to any prop firm you're trading, and you will see the spread. So if I show you here, so you can see the spread for GU and gold. So you can calculate that for every single trade. And then for commission, I can see that for the gold trade, I had $4.80 in commission for the trade. So I know that, let's say for every lot, it's $5. And if I'm entering, let's say, one lot per trade, then it means that I'm losing $5 per trade. So after, let's say you do your sample size, you have 100 trades. You can say, okay, I have to minus $500 because of the commission. That's something I would do. Then you can also compare it, against different prop firms and everything to see which one is the best. Yeah, I traded gold yesterday. These buys. But I closed out around here, which I talk about in the weekly breakdown that's coming out on Sunday. Red news today. Yes, we have NFP, which should be quite interesting. And I need to get an account ready, a small account. I don't know how much I should put in. Maybe £25, something like that. Just for fun. Okay, let me try and find an account with higher leverage that I can use. Bear with. There's a lot of security stuff when you try to log in with brokers. just put the code in. You got $170 ready to gamble? Yeah. That sounds fun. Actually seems to have changed everything, so I need to find out how to actually find my account. Do I even have an account on here? I don't know. Okay, here we go. Let me create a new one. MetaTrader 5. Let's go MetaTrader 4. GBP. Oh my god, I can choose 1 to 1,000 leverage. That is crazy. I do not need that. Let's see if it has created it successfully. Pure gambling, NFP play. Anything NFP is gambling. Okay, let me see if I can log in quickly. One second, guys. Just logging into the account. Hopefully that works. There we go. So now we have our account here with £0 in it, but a fresh account ready to trade. I don't know why the spread is so big already. You know, it's like almost a pip. I mean, it should be a pro account, but I'm not too sure. It's not ideal. Can I even, oh wait, let me see. It might be that I have to add a different GU. Okay. Do I even have anything? This was a, let me get rid of that. If I can. Let me try and work this out. The hell is this? Let me try and fix this quickly. Let me just open a new chart. GBP. Now I've got to change the colors. Okay, that should be fixed now. That should be fixed. Then we add this, there we go. So we should be ready now. And we're only 3 hours early. There's a lot of, let me just get rid of all of these. I don't know if I have it on so I can actually see what the hell is this. Wait, again, I can't even trade on this one. There's no trade button. How on earth am I going to trade? I don't really know what it's doing. Why is it only the crypto that's... Is it this one? No. Right click on the top GBPUSD, you should have one. I don't know what you mean. There should be. No, if I go new order, it just shows up crypto. I don't want to trade crypto. It only shows crypto as being possible to trade. That's the issue. So you look here. Crypto are the only ones that aren't grayed out. So it's not showing me an ability to trade with Forex. Let me just check the account isn't just like a... I mean, it shouldn't be a crypto account. I might have to log into another account or something. I don't even think I am not too sure what's happening, to be honest. Alright, let me change accounts and hopefully fix this. What is the other account? Is it this one? Maybe I can find like an old account flip one. Why are all accounts just showing crypto? One second, guys. Let me just try and log in on my phone and see if it makes a difference. the exact same thing on my phone. What is I don't understand. Look, you can see on here, they're all grayed out, so you can't enter trades, which is pretty odd. And I'm guessing the only ones that I can trade. Alright, let me try and add a pro. This might fix it. Okay, here we go. I think I found a fix. Okay. Now I need to... Can I set a buy limit with no money in the account? Let me just put in £25. How is it processing? I didn't even put in my bank details. I think we might have the fix. If it works, if it deposits the money, which hopefully it does. We are waiting for your deposit. Just deposit. It should take a second to deposit money. God, everything's so complicated nowadays. Used to be so easy just to deposit money and trade straight away. But I'm glad I'm doing it now and not near the NFP time, because that would not be good. I'm not sure what it's doing. It failed. What? Right, let me try again. Let's just do debit card. Okay, hopefully this works. Send you $50 and you trade it for me. What a tempting offer. Okay, now it's complete. Finally. So you can see the account size. We are now super rich. We have £25 ready to trade. So now, let me just test this out. If I set a buy limit, like that, then I go on here, open the account. Okay, look, this is the fix. Then you drag this to there. Boom. Then we go on one-click trading. Okay, fixed. It is now fixed, so we can close this, and we have the chart ready. Let's see if we can get the ask line. Okay, I'm guessing that's just no spread then. Yeah, it's zero spread, which is pretty good. pretty good. There we go. Whew. God, I need to. Okay. You've been training for 4 years and you find discipline enough to take only one setup a day. I think you need, like working out, a hobby, something that takes up your time, that doesn't allow you to just think about the charts or think about trading, if that makes sense. So if it's sport, it's obviously good because you're getting physical exercise in at the same time, which is always a pro. But it could just be like another business. It could be anything. It could be learning something new. It could be playing chess. It could be doing anything. As long as you're doing something. Cook. I wouldn't suggest cooking because that is the most boring thing ever. And then if you're cooking all the time, you're not trading, you only take one setup per day, then you probably get a bit fat. And you don't want to be fat. Everyone seems to be short right now, or thinking it's going to go down, which will be interesting. I guess we will find out soon. Give a breakdown. Well, today is not a normal trading day because we have NFP in a couple of hours. As you see here, non-farm payroll 130. So it's going to affect the markets. That's why we haven't really had much. As you see, it's just boring consolidation. So a lot of people just wouldn't be trading today. So there's not really a normal approach for today, if that makes sense. You do a lot of sports, but they don't make you any money. I'd say a part-time job then, a way to make money that then obviously reduces the pressure on your trading to make money from trading. You'll probably help. But like it's not all about money. You still need hobbies as well, even ones that don't make you money, because those are the ones that will distract you from trading, essentially. Biggest game changer, I would say it's tricky to pinpoint one thing. It would have to be focusing on one pair. At times I've traded different pairs in the past, like additional pairs. Like when I was trading gold, I traded a bit of US30, and I'd taken a AUD USD trade or something if you look back on my old videos. But my main profits back then were made on gold. Then I switched to GU, and I've had a lot of good days on GU. I had a 50k day on GU. A lot of my profit has been made on one pair at a time. So I felt like that was a good focus to have. If this £25 wins, can you keep vlogging this account as you try to flip it? Potentially, but it probably won't be a long vlog because I'd be surprised if it even works today. You know, when you're risking the whole account on a trade, there is a high chance that it blows in a few minutes. So, and I'm happy for that to happen. You know, it's only £25. It could be a lot worse. In my opinion, it's better than going and playing slots. If it goes to minus, I guess you're talking about a negative balance in the account. And yeah, if that happens to you, then you have to deposit the difference. So if you have a crazy slippage on high leverage and you're minus $200, you have to deposit those $200 into the account. A lot of brokers say they have negative balance protection now. So what happened to GU this week? Not a lot. I had a trade yesterday, which will be in the weekly breakdown that comes out every Sunday. I had a gold trade yesterday as well. The gold trade made some profit, but it wasn't anything major. I can show you the gold profits here. Small profits on gold. What's crazy to me is that I was using 0.96 and 0.45 lot size. Whereas back in the day on gold, my lot sizes were slightly different. Let me just see if I have any screenshots. Yeah, so that's on a 100k account, right? But back in the day, even when I was just trading on a 15k account, look at the lot sizes that you could get away with. You could do like, what was that, like 5 lots, 6 lots? I guess it's just because of the price that gold's at and the volatility. You need bigger stop losses, which means the lot size has to be a lot lower. Why are they sideways this week? Okay. Well, we have NFP. We have had quite a lot of news this week. I think we had PMI as well. But you know, I wish they weren't sideways this week. I don't know. I don't know why. I think it was Tuesday was so bad. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Started trading when you were 21. Are you actually changing things though? Because a lot of people say they've been trading for a certain amount of time and they just do the same thing every single day and expect the results to be different. Are you noticing improvements or are you just at a plateau? Everyone's waiting for NFP indecision. Exactly. That's why it's bad today. Yeah, I mean, we have technically actually moved today at least. Other days it has been pretty slow. I mean, all of this, what's that, like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and it's only moved 13 pips. What is that? What is that? But like you said, it is NFP day, so that is expected. But we have £25 loaded up, ready to flip on NFP. That's going to go to £35, £40, £50. I guess we'll have to wait and see. The issue is you don't want to get in too early. When I'm doing the flip, I'm going to be trading a fake out. It only works if it fakes out. So there's a 25% chance that the account is going to blow in minutes. Let me just get that out of the way. So, and if it fakes out and the fake out's bigger than I anticipate at the time, you obviously have a split second to decide, then the account can also be gone in seconds. So, do you have a recommended broker? I'm not affiliated with any brokers, but I use Admiral because they're FCA regulated, Axie, FCA regulated, and IC Markets for my account flips. I don't know if they are regulated or not, but I will be using Axie for this account flip. But they are, I think Admiral and Axie might just be for UK clients. I'm not too sure. I think IC is like regulated in like Australia probably or something, or like some weird island. They all seem to be regulated in some weird little island, some tropical place. What lot size would I use? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. To go from 10k to 100k, what sizes to go for? Again, it's an impossible question to answer. You shouldn't try to do that. But it depends on the pair, depends on the risk you're using, depends on the lot sizes, it depends on so many different factors. You can't just say what lot size. IC Markets in Cyprus. Makes sense. Makes sense. A lot of them are registered in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Your account went minus for a few hours, but your broker refunded it back to zero. That's probably their negative balance protection then. But a lot of the times people get into a situation where the amount they lose is bigger than the account size that they started with. And you never want to be in that position. You almost passed phase 2. Motions kicked in, lost 7%. I guess you're saying you were $200 away from passing, and then your emotions kicked in? Is that what you're saying? How many winning trades this week in GU? You'll have to see on Sunday. Yeah, the issue with... I'm guessing you didn't trade your normal strategy when you were only $200 away and you just tried to pass quickly with a random position and you ended up losing as a result of it. It always happens. My advice is if you got to the point where you're only $200 away, then why would you have a different approach to get that final $200 profit? Just keep the same approach. That's what I would obviously recommend. You're done for the day at 10:40. So that's what do you do for the rest of the day? I don't know. You got to find something else to do. You could start another business. You could. Yeah, that is the issue with trading full time. People don't realize how boring it actually is, because you're not actually trading for a lot of the day. So you have to find something to do. And that might be something that makes you money, might be something that's good for your physical health. If it's both, then that's great, but that's very hard to find. YouTube channel, yeah, you could just start a YouTube channel. You know, a lot of people don't realize that if you're good at something and you start a YouTube channel, people will watch. It's very, very simple. If I was really good at chess, I started a chess YouTube channel, people would probably watch because they'd learn from my chess videos. But unfortunately, I'm not a professional at chess. Otherwise, I would do that, you know? Because the YouTube channel is kind of like trading. You can see progress. You can see people enjoying your videos more. You can see average view duration and stuff. Like, it's an easy way to judge progress. Same as in trading. You can see progress. You can see stats increasing. You can see yourself getting better. Whereas some jobs or some hobbies you can't really tell as much as if there's just data in front of you that will say you are doing better than before. Yeah, if you're not progressing in anything, then you're going to be bored. It'll just feel like you're just, you know, cruising along. Of course, you can go back to break even. Even if you're down 7%, 8%, you haven't blown the account, so there's always a possibility that you can get back to break even. You don't want to be the type of trader who goes into drawdown and just completely writes off their account and just blows it on purpose or just stops trading it. You don't want to do that. How do you recover from big drawdown? Drawdown should be expected. Your risk per trade should be accounting for potential drawdown. If it's an unexpected drawdown, like large unexpected or multiple in a row, then you just have to follow your plan. I'd say it's that simple. There's not really a cheat code or a way around just following your plan. And just hopefully we can get a nice NFP trade to end the week. It's always good. How's your week going on trading? We're in a little bit of profit, a little bit. Nothing major, but a little bit's better than no profits, I'm guessing. Let's just see what gold's done. I was looking to get into gold around here. Very close to my entry, but it did not get there, unfortunately. Oh, EU's now going to the upside. That's quite interesting. GU melting, gold pushing, EU pushing. Interesting. We will stay on GU because it is the pair that I do trade. One trade, -1 for a week is not too bad really if you think about it. The way that I see it is that if I have 3 losing trades, I only need 1 winner to wipe those out. Well, even Axie I've just emailed saying that there's an NFP coming out today. It's funny that even in the emails, because they are regulated, I'm guessing it's because they're regulated, in the email it says 66% of retail investor accounts lose money when trading CFDs with this provider. So 66% of people that sign up with Axie lose money. So crazy. But then I guess you have to think about just a normal business. Doesn't it have like 80% of businesses fail or something? So trading is kind of the same as every other business. That's just overall, not just NFP. I think it's just quite crazy. I mean, it's good that they have to have it on their website though. I think a lot of people get into trading and they're sold the dream online, but then the actual brokers have to say that the majority of people will lose money. Used to be 88%. It depends on the broker. Obviously, prop firms, more people will lose because it's cheap and you can just keep buying accounts. But I think that there's so much more education available now. Even when I started trading, there wasn't much online. Everyone would just say baby pips, and there'd be a few people with courses, but there weren't many YouTube channels. There weren't many people online, which I think that was why it was easy for me to grow online, because I was one of the first people. I started trading in 2019, late 2019. I didn't get the full year, unfortunately. That's kind of when I found out about trading, and I tried obviously on demo accounts and stuff. But first time actual properly trading was the start of 2020. When we had the lockdown. How much could I make today? I don't know how much I could make. The thing of trading is your profits are uncapped. Compounding effect, definitely. Definitely. People neglect the fact that compounding is just an easy way, super easy way to grow long term. Sell or buy. There's no valid setup yet. We're waiting for NFP mainly. That is when the good stuff is going to happen. Drop some tunes. Do you guys want some quiet background music? Let me know. I guess you don't want me to rap. I don't know if that would go down too well. I don't even know how to add it on here. Let me see. make sure it's quiet. Let me just see what that sounds like. Let me see if you can even hear it. That should be good, right? Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Your first time on the live? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? You think trading a prop firm account without a live account is boring? Yeah, I can agree. The issue with just trading prop firms is you get out of practice for trading real money, and then once you start trading real money again, it's like, oh, I actually am risking my own capital here. That's not what I'm used to. It's kind of the trap that a lot of people fall into. That's why it's good to never completely abandon personal account trading. Session shadow. I'm guessing you're talking about this. So it's just trading sessions, and it will. You see, I have it 8 till 12, so 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I have it on a light grey here, 14 opacity. And all of these are ticked. All of these are ticked. Obviously, this is if you only want it visible on certain time frames. So if you only want it on the 15 or on the hourly, you would change that on here. But I have it visible for all of them because I only use one anyway. When I traded in New York, I think I was trading 2 p.m. Maybe it was 1 actually. You might be right. I can't remember when I traded really. My coffee drinker. I'm not. I think coffee tastes disgusting. I think it smells nice but tastes horrible. Water, of course. Water is the best. I might have to get some water in a minute. See, people that haven't done live streams before, don't understand how brutal it is when you're speaking for so long on your throat. You kind of, I don't want to talk too much because I want to still talk for NFP and everything. But I guess if you're used to it and you're used to talking for hours and hours and hours and hours a day, then yeah, it's fine. Coke Zero and White Monster. Coke Zero's alright, but you can't beat water. You can't beat water. You're thinking of testing New York session on your current strategy on EU to go along with your London session strategy? Do it. Do it. I would say one thing to note though is obviously you'll have separate, I don't know if you're using FX Replay or something, but if you're using FX Replay, for example, you have the separate sessions. So you'd have one session for London, obviously, all your data. Then you have one for New York. But what I would do is combine them together. So you don't want to have one that is obviously correlating. If you're adding New York session, if you're trading London, then it goes into New York, there could be some correlation between the trades, because you might have London is buying, and then New York it tells you to sell, something like that, and you could still be holding your London trade. So it could be times where there's too much correlation, when if you win in London you always lose in New York, that sort of thing, and you don't really want that, because then you're just eating away your London profits. Ideally you'd have it so that they have no correlation at all, but that's quite hard to find. You can get an entry when price is just pushing down. You're talking about NFP? I don't know if I will switch to futures, to be honest. I don't think it's worth the move yet. Not yet. If they were like, okay, now there's no consistency rules, I'd be over straight away. But they do have consistency rules, unfortunately. YouTube free versions got a lot of ads. Yeah, I feel like one of the best things I ever purchased was YouTube Premium. I didn't realize they had ads on live streams though, or as many ads as you're saying. Because I don't think I can choose how many ads get shown, unfortunately. I think if you're on like Twitch or something, you can actually choose how many minutes of ads get shown every hour, but I don't think you can do that on YouTube. Would you bring your GU strategy to futures? If I was trading futures, I'd trade the NASDAQ. I wouldn't trade GU futures. What was it, like 6B? I wouldn't trade that. I would trade NASDAQ probably. I don't know if the same strategy would work on NASDAQ. Perhaps if I could do that for like a stream or a video, I could test it and see if it would actually work. Sell the S&P. I feel like everyone just uses the NASDAQ though, don't they? Volatility is good though, when you're trying to scalp on futures, I think. Futures on personal account, really? I thought CFDs would be better on personal account because less volatility. Works nicely with volumes. A lot of people that I've spoken to that trade futures, so they don't even trade a strategy, they just trade because it's basically just a numbers game, because you can pass in 2 days, you just trade what you see and just hope for the best, really. But there are obviously people who do it with a proper strategy, obviously. Yeah, FX has a lot of fees. I mean, sometimes I can't remember what the firm was, but entering like 20-30 lots, I was losing like $200-300 per trade just on commission, which is just unbelievable, really. It's more forgiving than NASDAQ. That makes sense. That does make sense. But I think if you're going to futures, you're probably going for the volatility anyway. Or that's what I would do. I don't know if everyone else would be the same. What is the IBC and IBF? I don't know what that is. I can't backtest it. I don't know. Higher spread model is better than commissions. It depends on the style you trade though, I think. Because if you have a strategy with a tight stop loss, then higher spread model is not better, or the high spread account is not better, because you're just going to be in a situation where you're getting tagged out of trades, or your limits aren't getting hit, and all these issues. Imagine your spread being 1 or 2 pips, and you have a 10 pip stop loss. An extra 0.2% you're losing per trade, essentially. TP1, the same as your risk, and leave your stop because they'll pinch it. Initial balance, continuation. I don't have a clue what that is, unfortunately. First hour breakout continue. I think it's hard to understand just in a text format, obviously. Good morning, Brandon. Previous day high lows. I might have to look into that. I think futures are probably the future of prop firms, because people just seem to be rinsing profits from futures firms. But the issue is, for me, I have to think about content as well. And if I'm just looking back on my channel, I tried futures. Let me see. The futures videos didn't do too badly, but I don't know, people just like to see me trading GBPUSD, or they like me see me trading gold and things like that. Hoping to recreate my challenge. The best advice is just take the best setups possible. If you're trying to flip an account and you're taking random setups, then you're just going to lose the account. £240 a month. I guess if it makes you more than £240 a month, then it's worth it. I thought you could get the book map stuff on TradingView if you have the paid indicators and stuff. I'm guessing you're talking about this. I mean, that is a pretty high. One sec, let me just fix the camera in a second. Don't know why the camera's just decided to die. Let me try and fix it. see if that fixes it. That might work. I think the battery might have died, but it might be good now. 98% on the battery. You can DM me on Instagram. My Instagram is that. A link to the music in the background. I don't actually know what it is. I just found it in my folder. It's like, I don't know, non-copyright 20 minutes music. I will look into it. Perhaps I could test it for a video or something. Or just test it for fun. I'm always looking to learn new things. You're unable to DM me? What's your Instagram name? Surprised GU is melting as much, to be honest. It's absolutely melting, Jesus. You should be able to now. From 8 AM till now, G would be 1 to 3. Yes, yes. Let's see that. Actually, no. No. I'm guessing you're talking about 30 pips. Not sure. We've only moved 16 pips in the whole of the session so far. $50 pip? What do you mean? Also, if you are trading full time, get yourself a comfortable chair. It is an absolute game changer. You can just relax, you know. You can spin and you can relax. When I had a chair that was uncomfortable, it was horrible. It would make noises. It would, you know, barely move properly. I wouldn't be able to lean, or it would hurt your back. You don't want that. You want a nice, comfortable chair. Then you would actually want to be at your setup, which is what we want. You feel more comfortable since you got one? That's good. Yeah, people seem to make profit in trading and then they spend their money on the wrong things. They'll spend it on clothes or cars, but you need to spend money on the things that make you more money, that make it more comfortable for you to make more money. So I'd always recommend improving your setup. Obviously more screens, better monitors won't make you more money, but you're more likely to want to spend time at the setup. A comfortable chair is definitely one of those things. It could be, I've actually done a video recently on 5 things that every trader needs to buy, but fast Wi-Fi is definitely one of those things. Imagine trying to enter a trade or manage a position, then your Wi-Fi is lagging. Definitely an investment that is important to make. Entry at 540. TP 390. See, 15 pips. No, 5 pip stop loss. That's the thing, you can actually get away with a 5 pip stop loss right now, but sometimes 5 pips looks so tiny. I wouldn't have taken it because that was before we'd actually broken at any point to the downside out of the zone. I don't know why it's actually quite cold today. I feel like it shouldn't be cold. It's like 20 degrees. Hope it helps. I'll check it out after the stream. I appreciate it. Many wrong roads to go down when starting futures. Yeah, I feel like people assume that futures is just the same as Forex and you should just trade it exactly the same, which I don't think is the best way to do it. I'll take a look. NFP view. I don't have a clue yet. I don't usually trade NFP based on what I think is going to happen. I trade on what happens. You know, what happens in the first move, then I react to that first move. That's kind of the way that I do it. It seems to be the best way. Could work. Could not work. I guess we will find out. What are you guys thinking for NFP? Make your predictions. We obviously have a couple of hours, but we can still get our predictions in. closer to the time, I'll do a poll to see who is correct. You think long? Interesting. The thing is, it could go both. Like, that's what happens a lot of the times. It'll go long and then it'll go short, or it'll go short then it'll go long, which is, I think, kind of a good thing about NFP. You can make money in so many different ways. I know a lot of people trade after NFP, so they'll wait for the move, they'll wait for it to die down a bit, and then they will place their trade, which is probably a wise idea to avoid a lot of the volatility. You don't touch NFP. That's probably a wiser move, to be honest. I don't blame you. I only do it because I've always done it with a small account. It's kind of a thing I've done on my channel. I find it quite fun, to be honest. Only £25 exactly. I mean, in the past, I've done it with larger account sizes. Let me see if I can find when I've done it most recently. Okay, so I think this is one of the most recent. Actually, this was 2 years ago. But we're up £200 there. £282 in that position. And then I'm guessing I start buying. There we go, start buying. So 2 lots on GU. Another buy. Another buy. I'm guessing it pulled all the way back up. Oh, here we go. Then up 850. And this is with Admiral as well. So this is 1 to 30 leverage that I was doing it. It was up 800. $900. $1,000. But you see how this is a good example of any way to trade NFP. So I made £280 on the drop, then on the that was obviously on the fake out. Then the second move, which is the move we're looking to buy, obviously that we did buy from, actually closed out for £1,000. So it was £1,200 on that NFP in particular. Will that be happening today with a £25 account? Definitely not. But it did work before. But I think I was trading with it was a 5-figure account. It was a 5-figure account. It wasn't a 2-figure account, which obviously we're going to try for today. But I used to be so high risk back in 2022, 21. I just loved risk. I would just use so much high risk. It was actually quite crazy. But I feel like that's what made me a lot of my money. capitalizing on what works, doubling down. I feel like you have to do that in your life at some point. You have to double down on what works. But don't double down if it's losing. That is a very important lesson that you guys need to learn. So many people try to increase their risk when they're losing. Why would you do that? Why would you increase your risk when you're losing? You should only do that when you're winning. Actually, there's this video that I found. I can't remember who posted it, but I saw it, and it kind of summarizes what I'm talking about. Let me try and find it. Let me search for it. It's gonna be tricky. I wish you could search on your Photos app for words in the video. I'm not sure you can do that. Let me see if I can find it. The issue is I have so many photos. It's actually so hard to find. I think it's a write-off trying to find this. Oh well. Oh, wait, here we go. Let me see if this is it.
Gravitate towards that, whether it's this industry or the sports industry.
Let me see if you guys can actually hit that.
The sports industry.
Okay.
Or the film.
You know, they hit me at the Merc, by the way. And I'm like, looking at it, you know, I got that 99% could beat these guys. And I swear to God that 99% still don't get it. When you win, you start betting less. Bet more. I mean, there's one roll that you can make $100,000 off. Let it ride. If you roll 3 6s in a row, let it ride. Let it, the winner's ride. Money gets you super checks. I'm talking a fucking playmate. Isn't that what every guy's fucking dream is?
Okay, that bit wasn't financial advice, but you get the idea. A lot of people get into the situation where they're in drawdown. They want to get out of the drawdown. So they just scale up. But why would you scale up on a losing streak? It's very stupid. So what I would do when I was doing the account flips, when I was trying to grow my capital, when I was on a good streak, you'll see it with my prop firms, how I pass so quickly. I'm able to get 20k, but 40k, 50k payouts. It's because I would scale in and make the most of those winning positions. If the trade is winning, I scale in. I try and make as much money as possible on a winning trade. It also means that if you're winning 3%, let's say on a position, and you want to pass prop firms quicker, if I can turn every 3% winner into a 6% winner or a 5% winner, let's say, then I'm able to pass in half the time. Then that means that the other time that I would have been trading to actually try and pass is money and time that I actually will have on the funded account instead. $5 a point still pretty good. But it obviously takes time to scale. You can't just go in the deep end and start maxing out the risk, because that would not end well for anybody. You have 2 accounts, one for micros, one for full size. That's a good idea. I think some people get into the situation where they're trying so many different things on one account. So they'll be using low risk for certain trades and I'm using high risk, and it's like, it's so much confusion going on. Whereas if you can, like you said, you separated it, it'll be so much easier for you to manage. So much easier. Still surprised how much GU is falling. Comment on my video regarding Aquafunded. I will check it out after the stream. I will check it out. Quite hungry. Let's see if gold's still pushing to the upside. Yeah, we're still going. See, we've been slowly going. I wouldn't be surprised if it just continues pushing up, to be honest. Would not surprise me. EU's also breaking to the upside, which is surprising. I was expecting basically no moves, but you can see if you look at the GU chart right now, you notice that every push down has basically been retested. It's not like an impulse push down. When we do have an impulse push down, it is always retested basically straight away. Then we have another push down. Okay, it's tested straight away. Another push down, tested straight away. This is when it's good to scale into positions. This would be a perfect example of scaling into a trade. So let's say, obviously this is purely hypothetical. Let's say you entered there. You know, stop loss was above like that. And you had a 1 to 3 risk to reward, just like that. And let's say you were looking to scale in. Obviously you have to have certain confidences to scale in. But for an example, we have this low. We've obviously broken to the downside again. Okay, you get in again. You have another scale in. Great. Then we've done it again. We've broken to the downside again. And let's say you got it on the retest here. Above the high, another scale in. So on one trade, there is a 3% winner. you've now added 0.133 and 274. So you're adding 4%, so that's turned into a 7% win. Obviously this is purely hypothetical. I'm not saying that you could have done this. It's obviously easy to say in hindsight, but what I'm trying to say to you is that you can make more money than you think on winning trades. So perhaps go through your backtesting and think, okay, if I scaled in, a lot of times the initial entry criteria that you had can be used again to scale in. But there is an issue of higher drawdown. So is the scaling worth it long term? So what you can do is you can have your data for non-scaling, then you can have your data for scaling and compare them. Because it might show you that during your profitable months, you're actually tripling your profits. If you're able to triple your profits, imagine you have a good 5% month, and instead of 5%, it's actually 15%. But then the losing months are only, let's say 1% worse or 2% worse, then you can obviously use that, and especially it's good for prop firms. For some strategies it won't work, but for some strategies it will work. And I've used it quite a lot. The strategy that I used to use is something slightly different, and I'll show you an example. It's an easy thing to do with a 10 pip stop loss. Let's just zoom out a little bit here to make it easier. So let's say this is the trade. This is obviously a normal risk to reward for me, which is a 1 to 3 risk to reward with a 10 pip stop loss. So if, let's say we're doing this, price comes in, I get the entry and then it drops down. That's obviously what you want to see. You just want to see the trade go straight to the take profit, and that would be a 3% win. But what I actually used to do with prop firms is something similar to this. So we go into the trade, something like this, and I'd enter. And then it would go into drawdown. This is obviously only works if the trade is still valid. Let me just say that. And let's say now we're 7 pips in drawdown. 7 pips in drawdown. I would enter another position in drawdown. Okay, remember this is not advice, so you shouldn't do this in your trading. I'm just showing you what I did. And I'd have the same stop loss. So the stop loss would be the same. A lot of people, when they scale in, they will calculate 1% risk again. It's not what I did. So the reason I didn't do that is because I didn't want to add an additional 1% risk. So I'd have the same take profit. Ignore the fact it says 1 to 12. It wasn't a 1 to 12. So you see the first position here is a 1% risk, 3% gain. Whereas this position, because I have the same stop loss level and I have the same lot size, it means that this trade is now only a 0.3% risk, because it's only 0.3 pips away, or 3 pips even away from the stop loss, but it's the same lot size. So if it was 10 lots, original risk would be $1,000. The scaling would be $300 risk. Then if it then goes to take profit, obviously it wouldn't drop like that, but hypothetically speaking, this gain would be 3.7% profit. So the risk to reward has gone from a 1 to 3 to a 1.3% risk to 6.7. So you see the difference there. I'm increasing my risk by 0.3%, but the reward is increasing by 3.7%. So this is how I pass so many prop firm challenges. You think worst case scenario, you're losing 0.3% extra if it does this. Should you do this? No. Was I doing it because I am okay with blowing the challenges and taking more risk on because I can afford to do so? Yes. This isn't something that you should try and do, but this is how I was scaling in, by adding a small bit of risk to then make a lot more. But there are chances where you can just scale in on a winning position instead. The risk reward will be lower, obviously, but this is the way that I found was kind of giving me the best risk to reward. Because you have to think about it. For this to be profitable, it would only have to work, if we're doing the maths here, let's say, obviously it's not going to be 0.3 every single time, but I guess it's kind of hard to say, because it could be at 0.5, it could be at 0.7. So you can't really calculate it. But if every loss is $300 and every win is, let's say, $6,700, you'd have to basically win once out of every 23 times for it to be profitable. I'm pretty sure, if my maths are correct on this. I mean, it should work out. But that's what I did. I did that quite a lot on the prop firm challenges. Firms don't really like it because they see it as high risk, even though you're not actually adding much risk. But I think it is obviously better to just obviously get the retest entries. Because if you're entering a trade like this, it's a breaker strike trade, looking for the retest, and you get in here, if it does the same retest entry, it's perfectly valid. Why wouldn't you just get in again, you know? That's the way that I see it. If the trade's valid, just maximize what you can actually make on that trade. GU is still pushing down, still pushing. Making things riskier than usual. It always seems to be the case. So much going on around the world, isn't there? It'd be easy if there was just nice calm trading conditions, little volatility. But then I guess we wouldn't have the moves to make money. As a trader, you need volume, you need volatility to make money. So if that isn't happening, then there's no chance for us to make any money. So we actually need things to be uncertain. It's like being a fireman in the ocean. You wouldn't want that, would you? You wouldn't have a career. I don't make NFP predictions before it happens. It is impossible, because I think it's actually, news isn't too bad because you know it's going to happen. It's impossible if it's something that is unscheduled. So if it's, you know, like Trump says something, or an earthquake happens, or a terrorist attack, you know, all these things are completely unscripted. So you don't know that's going to happen. You can't close out your trade before something, you know, an earthquake happens and it destroys a town, or it destroys a city. You know, you can't predict that. unless you are some earthquake expert, obviously. But what you can predict is that there's going to be news at 1:30, so you can kind of trade around it, and that is probably the best thing to do. I might see if I can. Let me see. How far back can I go on FX replay? Okay. So we need to let me see what dates I have in here. Okay. All NFP dates 2019 to 2026. Okay, so we have the dates here. January 4th. So we're going to go to the 4th. Let's go London session. What's this? The 2nd, okay. Let's go to the 4th. And then we have to be careful to not go too close to NFP. 15, 1. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm going to test. Let me see if I have a column for this. So we go above. Let's just do this. So it is the 4th of January 2019. We can remove this. Let's just make it look a bit nicer. We can change that later. But okay, 56 pip limit in initial direction. This is something that's hard to test on FX Replay, but I mainly just test it on my data. So we can see that this is the initial direction. So now what I do is I go down 56 pips like this. Then you set that like that. You have 25 pip buy limit, just like this. Then we add the screenshot to the chart. That's annoying how it's a long screenshot, but that's fine. And this is long. And then we see if it hits. Okay, so this one is a no trade. And we can just hit it with no retest, just like that. And it's obviously 0 because it didn't hit, and we say missed. Simple as that. And then we just go on to the next NFP. That is how I test the NFP strategy, and that's how I got this current data. So if I have 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026. That's a lot of data. It should be enough data to say this is a profitable strategy. If it is profitable, then it's something I'm going to look to just turn into an algo. And if it's an algo, it means I don't even have to trade it. And you only have to turn it on for a few minutes a month, really. We'll just keep an eye on what's happening on GU as well. So we cancel this. And then I wish I could just go to... Oh wait, this is going to be a good one. Okay. So I go to 2019, February the 1st. Actually, let's go to January 31st. 11:53, that's fine. Okay, that should save me a lot of time. Then I click through until we get to okay, I think I can go to London session now. Okay. Now we try and find the NFP time. Okay, so it's going to be the candle after this. See, sometimes when you're testing it like this, because you click through on a 50-minute candle, it can be that you miss the trade in FX replay, but you can still count it on your data, if that makes sense. It's not like a strategy where you miss it. So here we can see that if we go down on the time frame, that it was initial push was down. So this, the sell limit, or the buy limit even, will be all the way down here, which I'm guessing is not going to get hit, to be honest. And we've already retested the entry anyway. But we have to have it for the data, just like this. Copy the link. It's another long. And you can see there's no retest of this area. So that is the 1st of February 2019. And that is another missed trade. I'm expecting a lot of missed trades with this way of trading because it's just that kind of style. Now the next one is March the 8th, so we can go to March the 7th. It's also crazy seeing times where I didn't even know what trading was at this point, but then testing it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is the initial, we can actually just check this. Okay, the initial direction was to the upside. And there's no retest on that. Forgot to take a screenshot before, but that's fine. We'll just place it in there twice. And that was a short. Just no retest again. This is what I mean about data, because it could work for a set amount of time and then it could not work for another amount of time. Like if you have a strategy that doesn't have a trade for 3 months in a row, it's kind of like, Also, make sure all you guys are subscribed. I don't know how many of you guys are new viewers or not. So the next one is April 5th. So we're going to go here, we're going to go to the next London session. Oh. See, this is this is something you have to realize. Sometimes NFP is actually at 12:30, obviously at different time zones. Okay, so the initial move was actually up. But again, it's one that didn't end up hitting. I don't have a view about NFP, we'll just have to see what happens. You don't have to spam it. It's annoying there hasn't been a trade for this. When's the next one? May 3rd. See, this is the boring part of trading that people don't realize you have to do. What do you mean? NFPs every month. It's annoying when you look at like this one here. Price just goes straight up, and then straight up, entry, tag in, drop. But the ones we're getting in 2019, it just doesn't really go in one direction. It's just not really doing anything, you know. See that this one is just gone. This is the most boring backtest ever because it's just doing the same thing every single time, which is not good. But hopefully the one today is a bit more exciting. That is the hope that I have. But I'm not going to be trading this strategy for NFP today. I'm going to be trading my small account strategy that is likely to have a trade. There's like 100% chance it's going to be a trade. Let's just say that. GU's bouncing. Yeah. I'm surprised it's actually moving, to be honest. Well, I say moving, it's 5 pip retracement. But, you know. It's at 12 AM? What do you mean? It's 12 PM now. But the I don't think 12 is like a significant point for GU though. Well, it seems to be today, obviously. We hit 12 and had this little push up. I'm going to use market execution for NFP. Definitely. I don't use the dollar index at all. I think for some people it's a good added confluence. I think that, you know, there's not a 100% correlation. So it's always like, okay, the dollar index could say something, but it could be wrong, you know. I mean, if it works for your strategy, it obviously is very heavily dependent on your strategy, and I would say the time frame you're using. But I don't use it personally. Are you going to be trading it? Equal highs past 2 days. I wonder, I've never seen anyone trade futures in NFP. It's probably just as crazy. You'll never short USD during Trump's time. I mean, we did have a bit of a USD crash before. The only thing I look at is the WillssFX, because that's where my money's invested, and you see we've been doing quite well. Gold has been absolutely crazy, as expected. Still breaking the highs. You know, I said I wouldn't be surprised if it just continues higher, and it is just continuing higher. It's just like unstoppable. Gold, I'd say, is the one pair that is unstoppable. Nothing seems to ever hold it back. Is this the all-time high on gold? Oh no. Yeah, I forgot we went into 5,000, of course. See, it's because I'm so out of touch with gold because I haven't looked at the chart for so many years. It's actually crazy. So crazy. Imagine buying a few bars of gold 10 years ago. You'd be sitting very pretty right now. I think even silver is, yeah, silver's pushing as well. You see an A plus setup every time you open the charts? Well, it probably isn't an A plus setup then. You need to distinguish between A plus, meaning very good setup, like high win rate, high expected value for your strategy, versus just a typical setup, which could be an A or a B setup. And the difference should obviously be how profitable that setup is. If you're seeing it every single time you open the charts, and yeah, like I said, it's probably not that A plus setup you think it is. Did you build the confidence in your edge mainly through backtesting or live trading? Well, backtesting gives you the confidence to live trade the strategy, and live trading builds the confidence because you're actually making money from it. It's kind of a combination of both, but backtesting builds the initial confidence for sure, because you won't want to risk your own money on a trade if you had no proof that it could be profitable. If there's no proof, then for me, I wouldn't want to risk my money if there was no evidence that it could work. It's pray time for you. After 5 months you open a gold trade. I mean, I'm hoping you bought, but good luck. Good luck. Gold has claimed many souls in its times. I've been witness to a few of those, and I realize that it has no mercy. It will just destroy you. And it has destroyed me many a time, unfortunately. But we're still breathing. Still alive to tell the tale. Which means that it can't have been too bad. It's always funny seeing, beginners especially absolutely love gold. I think I can't remember which firm it was, but they released the stats for the most trades placed on each symbol, and gold was number one. I think it was like gold, then EU or GU or something. But yeah, everyone just loves trading gold. Prop firm traders love trading gold. If I was a prop firm and people were trading gold, I'd be like, okay, this is perfect. Everyone's gonna lose their money, People obviously get lucky on gold because even if you're a terrible trader and you buy gold at some point in the past few years, you would have made profit. Like, it's just that simple. When you were brand new, you traded gold and lost a lot. Exactly. It's kind of like the go-to pair for most people. People just love it so much. And it does make sense. You're going to want volatility when you're starting trading. Is that a good thing for your trading? Probably not, but it's not for beginners. Well, that's the issue though. It's not for beginners because of the volatility, but beginners love it because of the volatility, if that makes sense. So that's why a lot of people just end up losing. my personal opinion on JPY. I don't have an opinion on JPY. If you're talking about trading it, I've never really traded it apart from USD JPY, which is a pretty nice pair to trade. I think I was most successful on UJ when I was swing trading. I'm pretty sure. 4-hour time frame on UJ seems to be quite nice. Your gold strategy wasn't prop friendly. What made it not prop friendly then? Was it the risk or something? The mostly bullish markets. Yeah, it is tricky because sometimes, you know, when fundamentals affect like gold in particular, and obviously NASDAQ and S&P, you're going to be in a situation where sometimes it just goes up and there's nothing you can do about it. And some people's strategies only work with reversals, for example. If you're a reversals trader trying to trade gold, you're going to have a very hard time. If you're a continuation trader, you might have a lot of luck, because on gold, if we look at it now, there are so many pullbacks. You know, you have a pullback, pullback, pullback. Obviously, sometimes there's small pullbacks, but you could get the situation where you can capitalize on these big moves. I know some people that trail their stops, for example, make an absolutely crazy amount of money trading gold because of when it trends, you can just make an incredible return as long as it doesn't come back to your entry. Use the same pattern for trading both gold and GU. Pretty much, yeah. Gold, I was trading it a bit differently. I was trading, I wouldn't say the same strategy, but it was quite similar. I kind of transitioned into the strategy I'm using now on gold, but then transitioned to GU, you know, like kind of at a similar time. So low win rate, high risk reward system, drawdown. Yeah, that is understandable. Prop firms, you only really want to have high win rate, really. Like the people that have high win rate, you know, 1-to-1 risk to reward, 1-to-2 risk to reward, are the ones that are probably going to absolutely kill it with prop firms. You can increase your risk massively because of your win rate, and you can just, yeah, destroy them. That's why trading drawdowns are worse for people with lower win rates as well, because you make profit, then you have a losing streak, and you then have no drawdown left before you get another winning trade to get you out of that drawdown, which obviously is a normal strategy for a personal account, but it just, yeah, it's just not favorable. You trade EU 1-to-3 only on props. Good. I mean, for some people, even 1-to-3 risk reward is considered high, you know, because you can get away with still a fairly low win rate with a 1-to-3 risk reward. It's only better than 1-to-1 if, like, 1-to-1 can be more profitable, but you just need a higher win rate. That's, I think for most people, smaller risk reward, higher win rate is the best way to trade. You don't have to worry about trading out of drawdown as much. You're seeing winners, like the majority of your trades are winners. It's going to be so easy to trade. It's not going to affect your emotions. Lots of people will make the mistake of having a win rate that has 1-to-10, 1-to-15 risk reward, but then you have to deal with so many trades in drawdown. Their portfolio accounts are in drawdown. Their personal accounts are in drawdown. And they had to wait for this one trade that they're going to have to enter after 10 losing trades in a row. Your mindset's not going to be the same. Imagine having placed 10 trades in a row over a 3-week period, and every single one of those is lost, and then you still have to enter the 11th one, and that could be the winning trade. It can be quite brutal because, you know, sometimes people think, oh, is it ever going to end? Am I ever going to win a trade again? Whereas if they know that, okay, out the last 5 trades I won 4, you know, they're going to want to take the next trade because they want to win again. So that's why most people, it's better to have the lower risk to reward and higher win rate. You got out 7.2k. Nicely done, nicely done. Sounds like a good day in the markets for you. Love to hear it. I might go and make some lunch and come back. I will be 5 minutes. I'm going to make a chicken wrap and then I will be back. Getting closer to NFP. So we are back. We are back. And we have some food to keep us going. You're on phase 2. Let's get going. Just remember to just trade the exact same on phase 2 as you did on phase 1, and then you'll be fine. Don't trade any differently. Just keep it the same, and you should be all okay. It is now about an hour until we have NFP. So you see down here, actually you can't see it, but here we have non-farm payroll, unemployment rate. So we will see how many people are unemployed in 1 hour and 1 minute. And that is when we're going to be risking the whole £25 balance of our small account to see if we can pay back what lunch cost me. That's the goal. And if we lose it, then we probably shouldn't have deserved lunch in the first place. So I guess we will see what happens. The view for NFP, I don't really go in with a set bias. I just trade based off the first move I see. So you kind of have to make a split-second decision of, am I going to buy, am I going to sell, or am I not going to trade? You have to think of it like that. You literally have a few seconds to make that decision before the move is just going to be gone, essentially. You've got a neutral run left. Nicely done. Make sure you guys are staying hydrated. Very important. Eight-point risk, 8-point target. It's always good to get a pre-NFP trade in. You probably feel quite relieved to have that one running risk-free. It's confidence to stay in. I know a lot of people trading with futures like to use EMAs and everything, moving averages, for invalidation kind of confluences when they're in the trade. What percentage do you take off, and then how much do you leave as a runner? I see. I'm glad it's working. It's always interesting seeing people trade different strategies but all making money. It just shows that not everybody has to be doing the exact same thing. It also shows that there's no right or wrong in trading. Sounds good. So I guess if it goes to your target, you're basically doubling the profit. I don't know why it feels so cold today. It's really odd. The market is definitely random. That is the best way to put it. Am I seeing any pre-news clues? Not really. Unfortunately, there aren't usually many many good clues with NFP. It is usually a bit of a gamble, a bit of a we'll see what happens, you know. Yeah, it's definitely beneficial to avoid NFP for most people. Like, ideally, you'd avoid any high impact news, so any FOMC, CPI, PPI, PMI, NFP, any Trump speech, any BOE news, because, well, that's obviously for GU traders. Obviously, if you're trading the euro or the yen or the Aussie dollar, you're going to have to look at those news events in particular. But if you avoid those, you also have to avoid them in your testing. So when you're going through on your FX replay, going through your trades, then you also have to think, okay, there's news here, I'm not going to trade. Or there's a bank holiday, I'm not going to trade. Because if you're not doing it in your testing, then you shouldn't make those changes to your live trading. If in your testing you've traded those news days, then you have to trade them in your live trading, because then there's no point in testing in the first place. That's the way that I see it. But for most people, especially for prop firm traders, it's not really beneficial to trade news at all. Because the worst case scenario is obviously you get crazy slippage, which is worse than the best case scenario of you making a good profit, I would say. Because the slippage is uncertain. You don't know how much you could potentially lose. You could be risking 2%, you could lose 4%. Do you want to double your potential loss? Probably not. What I do as a hobby, I play tennis, I go climbing, I do YouTube, I don't know, quite a few different things. Go-karting, I'm pro go-karting driver. I don't really know what else, just random stuff. Climbing is good, I agree. It makes you super strong. Climbers are, in my opinion, pound for pound, the strongest athletes in the world. Do you shoot rabbits or birds? Shoot clay pigeons? If you're in a swing trade on the daily, so you're talking about a pair that isn't USD, and if you're trading NFP, right? I would say if you are trading non-US pair, the main point in swing trading, and the reason that prop firms allow you to trade through news as a swing trader, is because it shouldn't really affect your entries. I've traded through high impact news when I was swing trading on the 4 hour, and that was including a USD pair, and I didn't really have any issues. I think it would be fine, but again, I don't think it would affect non-USD pairs, especially on the daily time frame. Airsoft is I don't know if it's proper, you know. It just feels like you're getting shot by a little BB, little pellet. I don't think it's proper. At least go paintballing so you actually get hurt, you know. I used to watch those airsoft videos on YouTube when it was you know, the snipers where they put the camera on the scope and stuff. Those were quite cool to watch. They don't hurt. They only hurt if you're close. Thoughts on candle range theory? I don't know what that is, unfortunately. I think any hobby that gets you out of the house is a good hobby, to be honest. Especially as traders, where it is quite boring. You need some excitement in your life, at least. At least some. See what gold's doing. Still going up, of course. EU's got a nice push to the upside here. Interesting. Not bad, not bad. You've been doing jiu-jitsu classes? Yeah, I used to do jiu-jitsu. But the times I had to do it were not really good for trading. I would do, I think, 5:30 to 6:30 a.m. And then also, I think, like 6:30 to 8:30 in the evening. Which meant you'd always be tired after you came back in the morning. And you'd wake up tired because you'd done it the night before, you know? It was, it wasn't great. But I think they were like some of my best trading times though, so maybe it did actually help, I'm not sure. It's never too overkill. You can always do more. No, I don't live in the same place now. And if you live in the countryside in England, you'll know that there's basically nothing around. You have to basically live near a town for anything to happen, and that is not the case. And I think also, if you're doing like certain sports or certain hobbies, it kind of has to be like your only hobby because it's so demanding. Like jiu-jitsu, actually, it's surprisingly physical. And I used to have a personal trainer who would come over every week and we'd do kickboxing in my garden. But then he moved to Thailand to train full time, so wait 40 more minutes to settle by. Exactly. It'll probably be very I don't know if it's going to live up to the hype there. I'm not too sure. It's kind of hit or miss with NFP. Yeah, Muay Thai's good to keep you fit. I feel like any martial arts is quite good for most people. The only issue with jiu-jitsu though that most people have is it takes so long to get good. Like if you're going for a year versus someone who's like going there for 2 weeks, the skill level is crazy. Versus someone who's been going there for 10 years. Like the skill gap is, yeah. Not long now before NFP. Wonder if my camera battery will die again before then. I guess we'll find out. On 40%. I feel like most sports as well, you kind of have to keep going. And if you take time off, you kind of lose everything. Well, not lose everything, you still have obviously like muscle memory and stuff like that, but if you want to truly get good at something, you have to be properly obsessed. And I don't usually try and do something unless I'm going to be the best. After NFP, how much time will you continue to stream today? It depends if the small account wins or loses. If it loses, then I'm clicking end immediately. Tapped 4 times yesterday to a blue belt. I mean, I'm surprised it was only 4. I mean, blue belts are, it's usually like 2 years in, isn't it? So, yeah. And they never hold back. They never hold back. The worst thing is if if you're rolling with a black belt and they let you kind of do things and you think, oh, I'm making progress here. And then they suddenly go, no, I'm not letting you do that actually. And then you just get, yeah. I don't think destroyed is even the right word to say. It's whatever word is worse than destroyed, like obliterated perhaps. That's what it feels like. And you wake up the next morning and you have bruises like on your forearm. It's like, how do you even get a bruise on your forearm? Like how does that even happen? I chipped one of my I can't remember which tooth it was, but one of them when I was sparring Muay Thai as well. Not good. That's exactly how it would go over black belt. I think they like to assert their dominance. Exactly, small but steady progress always pays off in the long run. Yeah. It kind of is a bit like trading, you're right. See, where I went to do jiu-jitsu, they one of the first things they actually taught was, obviously when you're wearing the gi, it's kind of like wearing a hoodie or like a jacket, isn't it? So they teach you how to choke people out with clothing. Obviously if you have to use self-defense, and it's better than like breaking someone's arm or punching them, you can just put them to sleep with their own clothing. Krav Maga is definitely not the best option. Wrestling or jiu-jitsu is the best option, like especially self-defense. If you're the best boxer in the world and you're face to face with, let's say, Charles Oliveira, or just any, like Gordon Ryan, who obviously doesn't box, he's just jiu-jitsu, I would bet all of my money on the jiu-jitsu person. Doesn't matter, like people always say that Mike Tyson's so scary and everything. Any jiu-jitsu guy would beat Mike Tyson in a fight. Like, it's that simple. But they don't understand it. They think these boxers are, scary guys, but jiu-jitsu guys would win every single time. Small sweep to collect some buy-side liquidity at first and sell straight down. Are you talking for NFP? See, it's funny though, look, we have a trend in my trading hours. As soon as it ends, switch of the trend. So that's why you have certain times where you have to trade, because I feel like it acts differently at certain different times. Not if he's 5-6 and can't grab him. I don't think it really matters. You can just do an ankle pick and then he's down. It's like you see all the time in the UFC, like Hamzat Chimaev. He just shoots for any. He'll just go straight for your ankles and just grab. And once they take hold, you're done. You can't grab Will. He's a menace. Yeah, you know exactly how it goes. You know, I'm undefeated in the street, undefeated in the cage, as you're well aware. Bit your ankles, yeah. I think I 1v2'd you a Mac, didn't I? I think that's exactly what happened. Well, I don't know if you remember it though, obviously, but you know, it's quite a long time ago. If Fury would beat Mike Tyson? Definitely, yeah. Yeah, but he's not going to land a devastating punch. If you're a wrestler or a jiu-jitsu guy, you're not going to let them punch you. It's just not going to happen. Mike Tyson, as soon as his leg gets grabbed, he's falling over, like realistically. Half an hour to go before it is small account fun time. Then we'll see if we've made the wait worthwhile. No, Caleb. I don't think that exists. I think you're always having to improve. There's not a moment where you're suddenly profitable, you suddenly understand the markets. It always seems to be changing, and you have to change with it. Eating my dinner whilst watching what is therapeutic. That is that's good to hear. I think it's, yeah, I think most people when they eat dinner they seem to watch things nowadays, don't they? People don't seem to just sit around a dining table and just eat. How long before you could live off trading and buy a house for a mortgage? It depends on how you set things up, like company structure wise. Because if you do things tax efficient, then it will take longer. If you're not tax efficient, it will happen sooner, but you'll obviously have less money. Are we buying or selling? We will find out in 28 minutes. And for everyone asking if I'm buying or selling for NFP, you will have to wait and see, because I don't even know yet. We're going to find out when we have that news release, and we either push up or we push down, and then we will make the trade. It's that simple. I'm not buying before, I'm not selling before. That's not how I trade NFP. I wouldn't say after the move, but I wait for the first initial push. So I have a way of trading the small accounts for fun, where if it goes up, I sell. If it goes down, I buy. Very simple. Because from the data that I have, it shows that 75% of the time there is a fake out. So we obviously have to think about that. There is a 25% chance obviously that we just continue and it doesn't retest the open price for quite a while, and that means that the account will be gone. But that's the risk we're taking, and it does all depend on the numbers, definitely. You know, we can't look at GU right now and say, oh, it's going to sell, because we don't know what the data will be. And it is definitely gambling if you're thinking, I'll buy, or I'm going to sell. News gets in the way when you're in a trade. Yes, it is. It is annoying. That's why I kind of started trading London session as well, because you're not really affected by many trades. Because the trades that do get affected are ones that have been already active for hours anyway, going into 1:30. Because that's been the majority of USD news is, 1:30 or 3 p.m. And the majority of GBP news is either 7 a.m. or 9 a.m. So you could still take your normal trades, and there's obviously more USD news that will affect your trades otherwise. I don't want any edits. Yes, the 15-minute time frame. The best time frame, some would say. I would say. Only 25 minutes to go until we have NFP. Well, that would be clickbait if I said XAU, because I'm not trading gold on the NFP. If they join for gold and I wasn't trading gold, then they just leave anyway, surely. Good MetaTrader days. I mean, is today not a MetaTrader day? Like, I don't really know what you mean by that. I still think that MetaTrader is the best trading platform, better than CTrader. Is it MatchTrader? Trade Locker? I still think MetaTrader is so much nicer. I think with CTrader is nice, but there's so much going on. I like MetaTrader, the simplicity of it. If we go on and see, okay, I want to enter a trade. Okay, I just click buy. Okay, I just drag the stop loss, take profit. There's nothing really going on. Everything's just in the settings. Whereas with CTrader, there's so much going on, I feel like. I only traded with CTrader when I was trading in prop firms, obviously. But, yeah. I was surprised that... the good thing about CTrader, actually, is it would always email me when my trade had hit take profit or stop loss or something like that. So you don't have to set alerts, it just emails you when your trade is closed out, which is quite funny. MetaTrader is the best on your phone. MetaTrader is definitely the best. It does feel like it was designed just for the phone. Like the computer version is very simple, but on the phone, MetaTrader 4, MetaTrader 5, they're basically identical. The only good thing about MetaTrader 5 is you can drag the stop loss and take profit on the phone, whereas you can't on MetaTrader 4. So you'd have to manually type it in every time, and you don't know what the stop loss is actually going to be. But I mean, you should have worked it out anyway. Talks about peace talks, the reason for the back and forth price action. Makes sense. I'm guessing you've also had a boring week in the markets. When was PMI? Was that Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday? I can't remember. Tuesday's price action was actually dreadful. I don't think I've ever seen anything that bad. Reminded me of like a New Year's Eve, New Year's Day sort of price action, to be honest. I don't think you'll ever recover from that. Yeah. Pretty sure when you're in handcuffs. I remember on Mac's balcony. I remember that. I wouldn't change anything on phase 2 really. I mean, I'm guessing your normal risk is 1% and you're just using 1.1%, so it's not really a major difference, so I think you should be fine. Some people like having it where phase 1 is the most risk, phase 2 is slightly less risk, so it could be 2%, then 1.5%, then on the funded they use 1%. That's what a lot of people like doing. Not long to go now, guys. 20 minutes or so. And we have the small account ready. We're going to trade a £25 account and we're going to see what we can do. Fresh account. And it's either going to go to 50. Could get to 50, I'm not sure. Or it's going to go to 0. But we have 1 to 500 leverage to see what we can do. And it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. Done it before. It's gone well before. And other times it has gone not so well. So hopefully today is one of the days where it does go quite well. Why not get 1 to 5,000? Because I'm not an absolute degenerate. 1 to 500 is definitely enough. It actually gave me the option of 1 to 1,000, but I was like, that is too much. That is definitely too much. I don't actually need that. Last time I streamed NFP was ages ago. It must have been February or March, I think. So it's been quite a while since I have streamed NFP. And I can't remember the account size I used back then. Let me just check. But it was probably a similar size. Let me just see. Yeah, I think it was £25 account size on that last time streaming NFP as well. Which is quite funny. Meanwhile, some people use 1 to unlimited leverage. I don't understand how 1 to unlimited leverage works, because they can't just give people unlimited. Like that doesn't seem right. So it just lets them place any lot size on any account. With that doesn't make sense though, because if you have a £100 account, you can't enter 500 lots on gold. Like it just wouldn't make sense. You can't trade more than $5,000 equity. But even still, I don't think that would actually, I don't know how that would make sense though. Because surely the margin required, like you can't have unlimited margin. Because as soon as you enter a trade, you're just going to get the account's going to be gone because of the spread, surely. Or maybe that's how they get them. Could be a very sneaky broker tactic, especially if they're not regulated. I mean, it could basically be a free money glitch for them. For my normal trading, I just use 1 to 30 leverage, because you know you can't really over leverage with 1 to 30. I don't have a clue what ORB is, so I don't know what you're talking about. A lot of brokers have hilarious spread during news, to be honest, and it's expected. I wonder what prop firms are like. I've never traded high impact news on prop firms before, so I'm not sure. Only 15 minutes to go. Make sure all you guys are subscribed, or we won't place a trade. And it would make sense for prop firms to have high spread, because their spread is high usually. So it's kind of the same as, I guess it just scaled up slightly. But right now, I think I have 0 spread. Let me just get up MetaTrader. Yeah, as you can see, right now my spread, if you can see that, is 0. I know that's going to increase obviously when we have the news release, or when we're closer to the news release, but I tend to have pretty decent spreads. But it won't matter if we get the direction wrong, obviously. So, and I'm not in any trades at the moment. We are just waiting to see what happens on the first move, and we're going to trade the opposite to that. So we can either blow the account or double the account. Those are basically the only 2 options. Do I care if I blow a £25 account? No. It's as simple as that. And you guys should only ever trade money that you're comfortable losing. Am I comfortable losing £25 on an account? Yes, I am. I'm actually going to change the camera battery before we go ahead. So we are now at 100% on the camera. We should be fine. You've breached 3 accounts trading gold. You either have the wrong strategy or you shouldn't be trading gold. Is it true that in England people are not friendly? Probably. I guess it depends where you go in England. And I guess it depends where you're from. If you go to France, you don't expect the French people to be friendly, do you? So, you know, I think it does matter where you're from. Or if I'm going into the slums in Brazil, I don't expect people, or the favelas even, I don't expect them to be friendly to me. You know, I expect to be robbed. Yeah, if you want friendly people in England, you go to Bradford, Birmingham, Luton, was it like Brixton maybe? Yeah, you go to those places and you'll be having a whale of a time. But if you go to Bradford, you won't see any you won't see any English people anyway, so you can't really gauge it from that. Gold futures or gold FX for scalp? I say gold FX is always good. Will voted reform. I was actually on holiday when the elections were, so I couldn't actually vote anybody. So yeah, it's a big shame. Ten minutes to go. 10 more minutes before we see if we're gonna make £25 or lose £25. Yeah, I feel like NFP, you know, trading with £25 is actually more exciting than trading prop firm accounts. I don't know what it is about it. It just feels more exciting. Smaller account size, less money on the line, but it just feels, I don't know, more exciting for some weird reason. So make sure everybody is subscribed. Just want to say that what you're about to see, I don't usually trade like this. You know, I would say I trade a low risk approach normally in my trading. And, you know, I have had, if I just show you here, that I know what I'm doing before you see me risk the £25. I've had payouts 10k, 7k, 4k. My first payout of $300, 4.6k. Second on leaderboard around 25k profit. 6k of FTMO, another 6k, another 6k, 2k, 2k, whatever, 5k, 5.7, 16, 19. I mean, you get the picture. 20k. You get the idea. So that is very separate from the trading I do during news events, if that makes sense. Because when I'm trading a £25 account, £25 is just my commission on a trade usually. So that's the way that I kind of see it. Worst case scenario, I lose commission. So we can see here on this small GU trade, the cost to enter the trade was $50. $50 in commission for that one trade. I'm risking less than my commission to enter a trade on the whole account. But it just feels more exciting, you know? Double the excitement. I mean, then you say make it 100, you know? You know, where do we stop? Where does the excitement stop? That's the question. And something we actually have to do is we have to do this. So if you go to enter a trade, it will say, okay, it usually comes out with this. Then you have to accept it. So now we can actually enter the trade. You got to pay up 2026. I have a series coming soon, which you guys will have to stay tuned for. We are bringing back the 0 to 100k payout series. It's coming back, and I can give you a little update on the numbers going into the series. So from series 1, which is obviously the one I did in 2024, we had a total challenge fee cost of $1,200, and we had total payouts of $27,771, which meant that from those 3 challenges I bought, we made a profit of £26,571, or a 23 times return. So I risked 1.2k and I made 27k. So I 23x'd my money. So hopefully the new series will be even more successful than the first series. That's the goal. But we'll have to see for that. Prop firms have changed a lot since then. You can't risk the same amount. They reject more payouts now. You know, there are more like consistency rules. Those didn't exist back then, which was why it was so easy to trade. But we have to adapt. I know it's going to take longer to get, you know, large funding now, but that's just what we have to do. Can't complain, we just have to adapt. Increase the audio on your videos. I will look into that. Are you everyday live trading? Some days, I think it's like 3 days this week. But obviously if I'm not live trading, or if I'm only streaming for an hour a day or something, then all my trades are sent in my Telegram group. There's a link in the description, you can check it out. But I share all the setups I take in that group. So win or lose, you will see the trades. So now we get to see if we're going to lose our £25 or make money on our £25. But you'll start to see the red line show up. There you go. The bid and ask line. The white is obviously the bid and the red is the ask line. So we will see if that spread increases even more. You will join. It seems like you already have a good future strategy, so you probably don't need to join. Here we go, guys. We've been waiting for this, and now the time has come. So we will see if we can make a, I don't really know what the profit goal should be. If we can make 15, 20 pounds, 25 pounds, that would be good. We'll see if we get a fake out. We will see. See, the volatility is kicking in now. One minute, 20 seconds to go before we are going to see if we make money or not. And now, 1 minute to go now. We're gonna either fly or we're going to melt. And that is what we're going to find out in a grand total of 45 seconds. Remember, don't trade with high risk if you don't want to lose your money. Very simple. Only risk what you're willing to lose, and I'm willing to lose all of this account, all 25 Great British Pounds. So now we're going to see what's actually happening. We seem to have a premature move there. So we'll see if it does do something. Okay, here we go. And we are pushing to the upside. So we're going to try and get into some sell positions here. I don't know how many lots I can actually enter. We don't want to miss out too much. I think we might be maxed out. I'm surprised we can't actually place more, but I'm guessing that's the max we can actually do. And it's very simple. We're just going to set the TP at the open price. And if that's the max lots I can use, then that's the max I can use. So we'll have to just see what happens. But I'm expecting, obviously we could get another push up because there is, based on my data, there's a 25% chance that this could just not retest. So 25% chance the account blows. And that could obviously happen in this situation. But, you know, it's not too bad. You know, I thought I had higher leverage, to be honest, but it's, yeah, I guess we now have to sit in and see what happens. Currently in 10% drawdown, which, if you think about it, to do a full account risk, it's not really that bad. And we have to go up quite a lot to actually blow the account, I'm pretty sure. I'm annoyed that I can enter more lots, to be honest. So annoying. Oh wait, it actually just let me. How many can I enter? Oh, I can enter more. There we go. There we go. We don't want to enter too many because we don't want to be stopped out. But we will see. What do we have now? How many positions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Around 7 positions, I think. We'll make sure they all have the TP. Which, if it even gets to that level, we will have to see. I think we have 8 positions here, maybe. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 positions, I'm pretty sure. And it's been pretty boring. Pretty boring so far. But we're risking the whole account anyway, so, you know, if we don't lose £25, I don't want to just lose £10, you know, I want to try and lose the whole account or double the money, I guess. But are we going to go into profit here? Come on, GU. See, the thing is with NFP, the candle after this will either skyrocket up or it will melt. It's usually like a 50-50. Can we enter another one? Let's see. Okay, we can. Okay, now we're down £5. We're down, oh, okay, £6. We are skyrocketing. Okay, we got another position. Just remember, guys, do not trade like this. This is just for entertainment. I only do it once a month on NFP with a small £25 account. Do not think that this is good trading discipline. This is just for fun. It always makes me laugh seeing it just skyrocket when you're selling. Minus £8, minus £9. God, this is going to be a brutal one, isn't it? Minus 10, 11. Jesus. I didn't realize we were on the 5-minute time frame. No, I guess we can just watch it on the 5-minute. See what the 15's looking like. 15's looking pretty brutal, as expected. Could even drop down to the 1 to get some proper adrenaline pumping. There we go. 1 minute always makes things worse. Okay, I feel like it wants to come down a little bit. I mean, it could just be rejecting slightly to then just push immensely higher, but we had to be positive. We had to think positively. This candle here could just skyrocket. I'm surprised it actually let me enter this many positions. Okay, we're dropping a bit, come on. This is looking somewhat promising, I'm guessing. Let me just see how many pips we need. Oh my god, it's literally off the chart, that's great. So we need about, we need about 49 pips. Remember what I said, based on my data, it'll go up 56 pips. This is like a nice little forward test. So we have this here. We have this at 250. And we will see. Because this is what I was testing. So we can see here if it works. We will see if it plays out or not. We're obviously watching the 1 minute for fun because there's a lot more going on. And make sure you guys subscribe so I know you like this action-packed live stream. Where else are you going to get this entertainment with a £25 account, you know? It's pretty crazy. Come on, GU. Let's just check what gold did. Gold went to the moon as well. EU went to the moon, of course, as expected. They're all basically going to follow each other. We can see what happens. What's the margin call? I don't have a clue. Guessing it's like 20%, probably. Not really going in the direction I wanted to go in here, but we have to give it time. We have to give it time. I don't want to give it time because this could take hours, but it does seem to be going in the wrong direction. What's your thought process on placing sells after the pump? Why not? Why not? This isn't one of my trading strategies, you know. This is just me trading for fun. See, when I did, I've done NFP videos on my channel before, and people love watching it. I think the first one got like 50,000 views. And that was in 2022. People love the small accounts. What's your strategy? Not your strategy, so why trade for fun? You don't. I don't know why you don't believe me. I mean, what kind of strategy do you think would just sell when it's pumping up? I mean, I don't think you are using your brain. I mean, hopefully it'll drop. Fingers crossed. I find it more fun than normal trading. And you're only risking £25. When am I ever going to have fun trading £25 in normal markets? That's never going to happen. I mean, 5 minutes doesn't look great, to be honest. We just have to see what it's going to do. Nothing much is going on right now, unfortunately. We just seem to be hovering at this point. everything might happen in 2 minutes. I mean, I highly doubt that. It could take hours to do anything, you know, to get a decent move. But obviously we are absolutely pumping. Only 25, not 25,000. Of course, of course. It's just annoying, isn't it? The thing is, like, if you're looking at the data on the fake outs, the highest fake out push was 137 pips. So based on the few years that I've tested, the initial push can be 137 pips. Like, that's the highest it's been. So that means it's gone 137 pips on the first push before then dropping down to retest the open price, if that makes sense. And the average fake out move is around 56 pips, which is further than we've gone so far. When they're live, they do this. I'm guessing you haven't seen any of my videos or my live streams then, because that comment makes no sense. If we haven't been stopped out or in profit before 2 p.m, then we'll just call it a day and see what happens after then, because it's been quite a while. We can just sit back and relax and watch our account go to zero. See how much of the read says, how many push. We've moved about 68 pips so far. If this just refreshes. That is a big difference. No wonder it went quite crazy. Remember guys, if you want to know how to actually trade, check out my YouTube videos. Because I go through my prop firm trading, I did a 12-month live track record to show you guys how I was swing trading with monthly updates. I show you how I had over 6 figures in prop firm payouts, all on the YouTube channel. This is just for fun. But you go on the YouTube channel, then you'll see exactly how I actually trade. Because this doesn't look like it's going to do anything spectacular. Well, I mean, the push is spectacular, but you know. think we cooked this one too hard? Do you think? I mean, using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 positions on £25 account. I mean, I didn't really expect the best to happen. I mean, 0.09 lot size on a £25 account. I'm not sure how to actually trade. Just go watch my YouTube videos. It's very simple. It is very simple. You can just use your brain, turn your brain on, and then you'll find out. Exactly, I'm not going to be trading my normal account through NFP. That would be very stupid. That's like saying to people, oh, why bet on a football game if you can just go and work your job instead? Like that the logic makes no sense there, you know. And there's still a high chance it retests this level today. But obviously we have so many hours left of the day that it could happen. And, you know, I guess we'll see. We will see. Thing is, it could still drop, you know. We just have, yeah, we just don't know. Maybe on the wrong side of this one. Oh, of course. Well, when I enter, I'm expecting either the account to be blown or it goes in my favor. You know, it's just 50-50. It's just for fun. The reason I do it is people like watching it. If you go back on my channel, you'll see the first NFP video I did was in, I think, 2022. And you got 62,000 views. 62,000 views. And what was I doing? I was doing the exact same thing, basically. But I made £11, I'm pretty sure. Oh, actually £33. You know, this is my first NFP video. You got 62,000 views. Over 1,000 likes. We had how many comments? Quite a few comments. 100 people. Can't wait for the next one. You know, people find them quite funny. Like 62,000 people watch me make £33. £33, which is just crazy to think about. More people watch me make £33 than they watch me make £30,000 on a trade, which I think is just absolutely crazy. But people just like the content, you know. It's just weird what people like in the trading industry. You do a £10 to £300 account flip, 60,000 views. You show people how to backtest a strategy, 5,000 views. Or you show people how to, you know, choose the right risk management for their prop firm challenge, 5,000 views. It's like, how does that make sense? It's like people almost don't want to learn, you know. See you next week. Have a good weekend. I think it's the same as like how the car content, people spending all this money goes viral. Because traders don't actually want to, they don't want to learn. You know, if I was here like going, oh guys, if you if you want to buy a Rolex, then you have to do this or that. People are going to want to watch it. But if I'm like, okay, here's the back testing and here's the whatever, people just aren't going to want to watch it. That's just how it works, unfortunately. That's why, like, if you look on the popular videos on the channel, passing in 1 hour, passing in 1 hour, how to trade with £10, 30,000, you know, it's all the videos where you're kind of not actually teaching too much. But then you go down, the further you go down, it's like how to journal your trades. It's got half the views of how to trade with £10. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really make sense. But then it does make sense when you see the stats behind profitable traders. If only 10% of people are making money, then people are obviously watching the wrong content. So people need to start watching type of content that is actually helping them. And I'm obviously saying watch my content, but you know, you can watch anybody's content who is actually teaching you the right thing. And it's like, I always say it, if you go on any broker website, like I use Admiral Markets, I'm not affiliated with them, but you can see at the top of their page, 72% of people lose money when they're trading with Admiral Markets. 72%, which is just crazy. Out of 100 people that deposit money using this broker, only, well, I don't know how much they actually make, but 28% of people, or 20 out of 100, actually make profit. That might not even be enough to afford to live. So how many people actually make enough to afford to live, which is another thing that people don't really think about. Need the broccoli hairstyle back. Yeah, I mean, that hairstyle was something. It was in this video where it was, yeah, there it is. I don't know why I was so close to the camera. I'm not really sure what's going on there, to be honest. It's a really good percentage of losers too. Yeah, I'm surprised it was actually, I think Axie, the other company the one this broker's actually with, is 60, I think it's like 62% or 66%, which I think is quite good considering the fact that prop firms have released data suggesting like 95% or 99% of people lose money and don't get a payout. So I think 60% or 70% shows that people that trade prop firms are actually more likely to lose money than people who don't trade prop firms. I think it's because it's kind of like gamified trading too much, where you can just buy an account for cheap, and if you fail it, you just buy another one. It's a bit different to personal account trading, which I feel like people don't really like to do too much because you can't have the crazy returns. So it means that people who are doing personal account trading are more likely to succeed just based on the stats. We're actually dropping down a bit now. I mean, we could now drop to the take profit, and all the people who are laughing will not be laughing any longer. But we're going to end the stream in a minute because it's been 4.5 hours and I want to go and get some exercise in because, you know, it's sunny. We gotta keep strong. So we will see what happens on this trade later on, and it's a good stream. Everybody who tuned in, it was nice to speak to all of you. A few more matches coming up. Exactly. All those fights. Yeah, it's got to lock in. Got to lock in. So I'll catch you guys probably on Monday with the next stream. And I hope you'll have a good weekend. First time here and not last. That's what I like to hear. Hopefully I'll see you in another stream very soon. And if GU drops, just know that I'm here celebrating. If it flies to the upside, just pray for me. So I'll catch you guys in the next stream, whenever that may be. Probably on Monday.